Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers. We are here for 7 hours for sprints, so I'm going to be here for quite some time until 1 o'clock in the morning, but that's okay. And then I believe Ahtiya's taking over. Is that correct? Let me just have a look there. What's the date today? Tuesday. Okay, that's in Australian Daylight Time. Let me just find the time and tell so I'm like, oh, the chimes. Yeah, I'm going till 1 a.m. this morning. So I'm going to hang out for a bit. I've had a nap. I accidentally fell asleep, which is not surprising, really, because I have been really tired and been sprinting a lot. So, yeah. So I woke up about half an hour ago. Luckily, I have a daily alarm set because I possibly could have kept sleeping. So yeah. So all right. So, the update for my NetGalley. I have finished Mystery Lights, which was a set of short stories that were slightly interconnected because, we had missing people, and it was a very odd, spooky vibe, Halloweenish vibe. Not Halloween as in the holiday Halloween, but a great time to read it around the spooky season and stuff like that. And it was, it had things about UFOs, it had things about killing people, like it was very horror-ish and whatnot. So it had some creepy vibes. The narrator, because I was reviewing the audio book, and the narrator in it just kept an even keel through every story, and it just sucked you in. And I have not said that for a very long time about short stories. So I couldn't tell you how many short stories are in there. Some were a little bit longer than others. Some went into a little bit more in depth, but it was mainly about girls and women and different things that happened to them and how they navigated that sort of stuff. So I'm not doing it very much justice. I have a whole heap of voice notes as I was listening to it. So hopefully it will make a lot more sense when I go to write up the review. And then I started a historical fiction. Let me just unplug my phone for a moment. So I ended up starting, what's it called? Talamadra Farm, I think it's called. Let me just bring it up. Yeah. Talamage Farm, it's called. It is a historical fiction. I'm about 13% into that. I have not written up any reviews or anything thus far. So basically, I'm still sitting at 66% overall. I'm going to sneeze. Hang on a sec. Okay, that's not going to go away. I hate it when you get those tingly feelings and So this one is set in 1957, and it is revolving around a tobacco farm in the South. And basically, it is a story. It's a love letter to the American South, a story of resilience, hope, and family, both lost and found. And basically, it's a drama that follows three families, and so it says that it's perfect for fans of Wiley Cash, which I have not read, and also Amar Towles. I think Amar Towles' most recent one is, correct me if I'm wrong, is Gentleman in Moscow. So which I have on my shelf and I've started, but I have not yet finished. I just wasn't into it when I picked it up, so I set it back down. Like I sort of was, and I sort of, so that's why I soft DNF'd it. But this spans over a decade, and yeah, and it's basically something happens between these three families, which I do not know yet because I've only just started it. So that means that something is going to big is going to happen, and it's going to divide the families, apparently, according to the synopsis. So far so good. The this one is an audiobook as well that I am reviewing, and it is okay. It's not too bad. Like, the voice actor is pretty good. I'm enjoying it. Like, I haven't wanted to put it down or anything like that, but I have not been approved that I'm aware of. I checked this morning, but I haven't checked for the rest of the day. So let us check in for that. I have not been approved for anything else. However, I did get a read it now on the 17th, so 2 days ago, and I don't think I mentioned it. Was The Sideways Life of Denny Voss, because Soluna read this, who is also one of the co-hosts, and really liked it. So I do have 4 books to review now. I'm not going to review them tonight because I don't think I'm very coherent. So I will definitely be taking off one audiobook, so that will get me down to 15. And once I'm finished this one, I'll be down to 14. So I am making headway on the audiobooks, because if you remember at the beginning, I said I wanted to do 30 and 30. I've blown that out of the park. I am focusing on my bingo board, which I haven't marked off some of them at this point, but I'm probably about halfway through that. Let me just bring it up. I've been so slack when it comes to marking it off. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 that I have taken off here, just looking at it. So I've taken off 13 so far out of the 36. Now, remember, I was just wanting to focus on the audiobook. So I am getting those down. I want to get the audiobooks down to 0 by the end of the month. I don't know how long I'm going to go. We have 11 days left. And I'm sitting at, after I finish this one tonight, I'm sitting at 14 left to go. So some are fairly short, so I should be all right with any luck. I do have another Urban Legends book that is a collection of short stories, and it's not a very long book either. So let me just go to the audio. So I have another Christmas one. I've got a part 2 to 1. And then I've just got a heap of like what looks like to be all there's one fantasy, and then the rest are all but 2 are thrillers. And then I've got the Watkins book of Urban Legends, which is only a short one as well, and so is the Witchfinder's Sacrifice, which I only just put on, so technically that didn't fall into it. So yeah, there's actually 2 that didn't fall into it. The other one is Mistletoe Season, but they are very short books, so hopefully I'll be able to get through them pretty quickly. And of course, this coming weekend we have there was supposed to be the 24-hour sprints for Neva, but Neva's daughter has a play on the day that it starts, so we've cancelled that. But we are now doing nothing but NetGalley relay, so we're still going to have the same hosts going for the 24 hours. Koda and I don't know about anybody else, but Koda and I are going to try and stay up for the full 24 hours, maybe doing some cat naps between and all the rest of it, and try and smash out as many books as possible. So I'm going to definitely be focusing on my audiobooks over the weekend and try and get them out, at least knock another 4 off, maybe in that 24 hours, because most of them I listen to fairly quickly. And of course, there's always the chance that I may DNF one or 2, like you just don't know. It might not be my cup of tea, as they say. So tonight, as I said, we're going to be going to a 1 a.m., 2 a.m. for those in daylight saving time in the Southern Hemisphere, and a way too late for any of our Kiwi friends. It'll be like 4 a.m. for some of our Kiwi friends. So I'm sure that people like Monica and Jojo might pop in. I haven't seen any comments to say as such, but they may pop in and only hang around for a little while. But we do have a lot of sprinting to do. Of course, I will be on while everybody in the US is waking up, and also some of our UK friends as well. And it's actually been a lot of fun this month, because I don't normally sprint at this time of the night. So I've actually had a lot of fun hanging out with people that I don't necessarily get to hang out with a lot of time, because I'm sleeping when they're all hanging out on sprints and stuff. So it's been a lot of fun. All right, let's have a look and see who is here. Of course, Christina has come in and said hello. I tried to make it. Hope to be up before you're done. Thanks for hosting. Remember to hydrate, like that hug button, and happy sprinting for everybody, of course. And then if you are new here and you don't have the NetGalley playlist, this is the sprint train. Basically, if you log in, if you click on this and find where we're live right now and put autoplay on, it will automatically take you to the next person that is sprinting. So that is very exciting. We thought doing this as a bit of an experiment, and it seems to be working so far. We've had to have a few cancellations, friends and slot some other people in and doing a little bit of adjusting. And within saying that, you need to refresh that list at least once or twice a day. And then that way you'll get the most up-to-date playlist that there is. And there have been some changes because Courtney's had to unexpectedly travel. So we've got a few people, I think Ahtiya is starting earlier than what they were originally starting, and Vanessa is also slotting in for on Thursday, I think it is, just before I start for those in the Northern Hemisphere. So yeah, lots of stuff happening in the playlist, so make sure you refresh it and keep up to date. And that will be pinned to the top of the comments in just a moment. I'm going to go down and do it now before I forget, and let me pin that. That message is now pinned to the top, so you should be fine. Easy to find that and all the things that go with that. Chrissy, hello, darling. How are you? Thank you for joining. Finally made reading sprints. Woohoo! Life's been so busy, and I miss my reading buddies. Well, we're here. We're hanging out. I'm sure you'll see some familiar names and faces from the profile pictures. And of course, as I said, I'm here for the next 7 hours. Chris is also here as well. I am doing well. Now that I've had a nap, I was actually really tired today, so evidently I needed it. I'm pretty happy with it. Getting carports put up today, so there'll be no more wrapping my cars in quilts when the storms roll in and whatnot. So, but the boys ended up going home because it just wasn't letting up, and they put half of it up in the rain. And I'm thinking to myself, just, you know what, go home. It's not worth it. But it's been a nice, cool day here today. We've also got rain for Friday, and so we've got a lot of rain around at the moment. Hello, Jamie. How are you? What are you reading tonight? Oh, what are you reading, Chrissy, as well? Finished my arc earlier, wrote the review, and now I'm reading Wardrobe Department. Nice. Hey, Jojo, I was just mentioned your name before, talking about the time differences and stuff like that. Hello and welcome. What are you reading tonight? Jamie's almost done with Woman Behind the Door by Roddy Doyle. Definitely won't be on for all 7 hours, more like 2 to 3 hours. I hope to start one more arc tonight. Nice. And Jojo will be finishing off Holly by Stephen King, around 100 pages left. Nice. Well, we'll definitely be able to help you with that for sure. I have 40 arcs on my queue plus 30 new ones. Oh dear. But I ought to finish one tonight and possibly a couple more tomorrow night before bed. Awesome. Yeah, I'll hang out for a while, but not till 4 a.m. I love ya, but I love my sleep more. Yeah, I'm with you there, Jojo, too. I love you all, but sometimes I've got to draw the line. But I'm glad, like I was, cruising along, and then I sat down and on my bed, and I was doing a few things with my phone and whatnot, and I'm just like, gee, I'm really sleepy. And normally I'll have a power nap. And this was about 3:30. I had lunch and all that sort of stuff about 2 o'clock, and I'd been out for most of the day doing stuff. And then I was doing stuff on my phone, and I was just like, oh, gee, I feel a little bit tired. So I might have a power nap. And I put the phone down, thinking and with the intention and the thought that I'll set a 20-minute alarm, because sometimes I'll just have a power nap and that'll get me through the rest of the day and I'm fine. Yeah, I didn't do that, and I slept for nearly 2 hours. So at least you're getting me like the morning from me, not the night time me. Yeah, I really don't want to be here. I want to go to sleep. So I'll be fine. And then I'll be tired because that's just like 7 hours I'll be awake, and it's broken sleep. And then I'll go to sleep like normal and wake up and be fine for tomorrow morning, because I'm back again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time. So yeah, it's all happening. I also filmed today as well. For the last week's books that I read as well today. So I've got a little bit of editing to do, but I probably will do that first thing in the morning. I might get that started and then finish it off tomorrow afternoon and upload for Thursday. So we'll see how we go. Got 2 audios to finish. Jodie Picot's new one. Ooh, and an Aussie crime set in Perth. Excellent day. Sounds good. Oh, of course, there's a crime book there, because, and Jodie Picot, because my favourites. Also, it's a crime fiction, and Chrissy loves a crime fiction, which is absolutely fabulous. All right, excuse me, I've got the hiccups now. Oh my god, what's happening? The body's going into chaos mode. All right, we are going to let me get up the focus. We've got a new one. I just got the best deal ever. Focus for a lifetime, $119, done. So I have it forevermore. And this one works really well on my computer. It doesn't drain too much or anything like that. And I'm like, you know what? I can't go past that because we get some beautiful things to share and the timers are great and all that sort of stuff. Of course, when we roll around to next October, I will have a timer that I'll use of my own. But for the rest of the year, we can use Focus, which is good. All right, let me just bring all this up. There we go. Get it down. We have the beautiful plants today, which is absolutely gorgeous. But I might actually change that view a little bit. Let me just go over here and go to here. Oh, look at that. Isn't it pretty? I thought it was very pretty. So yeah, so that's where we're at for today. That's what we're going to use. And can I edit this one? Because I might just move this up to here. And bring it down a little bit. And just sit me right up in the corner there and save it. There we go. Oh, hang on a sec. I didn't edit that very well at all. Let me just bring that in. And bring that over to there. There we go. And as that should save properly now. Oh, oh, I know what the problem is. Oh, there we go. Let me just change that down to 1. Ha ha ha. There we go. There we go. That'll work. All right. Let me save that because it's just going to be me. There we go. That's so pretty. I love it. And I think we might be able to make that just a little bit bigger as well. Look at me going around playing with all the things. Got the subscribe happening there. And let me just get that. And that's going to cover the whole thing. And I like that. I feel like we're there. What do you reckon? That's pretty cool, hey? Jojo says, you've been so busy lately, so your body needed it. I love naps as I always I love a nap too. The plants are like, Koda is here. Yes, I thought so too. I absolutely love this when I seen it, and I couldn't use it because it was part of the plus one. So I was pretty happy that because it just came up that they had that special, and I'm like, you know what? I never have to pay for it again. I can't go past that. And I was lucky enough to get my editing software back in 2012 the same way. So I never have to pay for it again. So I'm all over that. All right, let's get the party started. Grab your books, go grab yourself a cuppa, sit back, relax, and let's get into an evening of reading. And of course, I will see you all in 90 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Hello, we're back. How did we go? I got to 33% in my book, so I read about 15, 20, around about that percent, or listened to. So it's all right. It's just a general run of the mill historical fiction, talking about the tobacco, and we got to the point where whatever, like what split the families apart. So basically, it is. So basically, we've got three families, so to speak. We have one family that is a white family, one family is a black family, and then we have another family who owns the farm, and then they crop share. And the person that owns the farm, their son is a real douchebag, and so is the owner of the farm as well. And basically, yeah, it's just telling their story and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know what's going on with my camera today. It's just really blurry. There we go. That's a bit better. I don't look so. Oh, what is going on with it? It's just, yeah, it's really blurry. There we go. It'll work itself out, I'm sure. So yeah, it's just, it's sitting at about, I don't know, 3 stars right now. I'm enjoying the story. That's the main thing. So yeah. And I've been playing this game. Well, I don't even know what it's called. It is called um it's a grocery swap or something, I think it's called. Let me just go to my just close down, will you? Oh, thank you. It's called Good Sorting. So it's got all these like fruits and that, and you got to put them into three. It's just something that's brain dead, and I can listen to my audiobook while I'm doing it. But in the next sprint, I'm actually going to, I just pulled out my crochet, so I'm going to get stuck into that a little bit and all the things. So yeah, Mary has joined us. Good morning, Mary. And how are you today? Oh, my camera is playing up so bad today. I don't know. Does that look blurry for you guys? Because it's looking blurry for me. Maybe there's something on my camera. The cat was out here earlier. Okay. I don't know. It's just, yeah, it seems to be a bit blurry today. Good morning, Mary. It's 3:38 a.m. in Ohio, USA. Oh my goodness, what are you doing? I agree on the plans. I scrolled looking for Koda. Koda's not here. He's asleep. um, and Brooklyn just finished a dinner. Awesome. And just going to chill out for the rest of the night. Happy sprinting. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. Hello to Brooklyn from Mary. And hey, Jess, how you going? It's getting late, so heading off to bed. Watched Lord of the Rings tonight and had leftovers. Decided to DNF Mexican Gothic at 51%. I can drop it off at the library tomorrow. Interesting, because I did not really gel with Mexican Gothic either. So I would love to hear your thoughts on that. Um, yeah, very interesting on that. I heard when it came out, I heard really good things about it. And then yeah, and then it just basically I read it, and I thought it was because I read too close to Rebecca. I thought that because they're very similar in vibe and all that sort of stuff, that maybe that's why I didn't gel with it. But it's interesting. I would love to hear your thoughts on that. Good morning, Hayley. How are you? I woke up to first snow of the season, so I'm watching the snow with my morning cuppa tea before I start my day. Oh, excuse me. I don't know what I'm reading. Um, I have around 45 pages left, so we'll finish the next sprint. Awesome. Read Tobacco Wives last year, one of my faves. If you're interested in the tobacco industry, not really. Um, I've watched like documentaries on it and all that sort of stuff, and how sick the people got from the tobacco and all the rest of it. This is set in the 1950s, so where there's crop sharing and all that sort of stuff, and legislation has just been passed that's actually going to be detrimental um, to to the crops, like to their livelihood and stuff like that. But the owner of the plantation, is just he's a douchebag, and, there's sexual assault in this and all that sort of stuff, so you can imagine what broke the families apart and all that sort of stuff, so, yeah. But I might check that one out. Finished, Roddy Doyle book and started Eclipse by Kerashiro. Yeah, that person there, you can read that author. I'm gonna try. I have options to start my next audio, Pushumi, and Nightmare Painter, Irregular Witches. Oh, okay. Um, or Irregular Witches. Now she is a witch, Princess Trap, or Earthlings. I would go Irregular Witches. Just picked up Mexican Gothic yesterday at the library, um, and JoJo liked Earthlings, so there you go. I thought it was fine. I just thought the culprit was obvious. Maybe I'm wrong, but I lean heavily, but they lean heavily on a shroom, so I think the twist is she is poisoned. To be honest, I can't even remember. I still have the book, like, I don't think I ever got rid of it. I think it's still on my, bloody cat scratched me, the little bitch, because I wasn't fat enough. She's trying to slash me. I'm like, "Oh, you moody little cow." Now my skin's really itchy. Um That's not a way to get a pat from your owner by scratching them. But anyway, um, to be honest, I remember the vibe was very similar to Rebecca, but I couldn't tell you because I read it like 3 years ago. And if I don't like a book, like, I don't really remember it, but I never got rid of it because I felt like, at least I don't think I got rid of it. It's probably still in my shop. My shelves are disarrayed at the moment because Savannah wants to organise them. She was supposed to do it the week that she was here, and she didn't do it. So I'm just gonna say, "You need to if you're going to do it, I need you to do it ASAP, like, the first week that you're here back in December, because I'm not knowing where anything is. I don't know. I can't, like, I had everything in order throughout the house, so I knew where the books were and all that sort of stuff, but because everything's just been moved in there and she wants to organise it, I'm feeling very lost and disjointed in the library, so I needed just to do it, otherwise I'm doing it. I only wait for so long and then I crack it and I'll do it myself. So, yeah, so anyway, I kept it because I had read Rebecca and then I had pretty much read Mexican Gothic straight away, and they're very similar in vibe. Um, yeah, sorry. Um, yeah. The Woman Behind the Door was a solid 4 for me. Not amazing, but good lit fic setting during the COVID era. Dealing with changing attitudes about creeping ultras male relatives. Yeah. Sorry, Jojo from Jess. It's all good. Hello, Olivia. How are you? Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here, and hello to everybody else. Um, I did think of you, Nicole, when selecting a Japanese novella in translation for my next arc. That's fine. That is fine. I've just decided that I'm not going to butcher anybody else's names. Like, I give up. Actually, I'm reading one the ones that, archive in November, so I'm not just looking for all the hard to pronounce ones. Uh, if if not poisoned, then there is something to do with the spores because it also kept mentioning mold. Late on the spoilers. Uh, it's fine. It's fine. Um, yeah, I didn't see it until after I typed it. That's fair enough. It sometimes happens, like, but JoJo's pretty cool about it, like, I'm sure that, reading Stephen King and remembering what was said in a chat, yeah, a day or 2 later when you get to the book, I know that I don't remember, so I don't care. Like, I do care if you go, "Oh, okay, this is how the book ended," but if you're talking about little bits and pieces during the book, it's like, um, so yeah. Uh, I'm trying to find the words, for a review. It's a DNF book, for NetGalley. Um, I usually just give my reasons why. Like, I don't really go into the story plot or anything like that, but I'll give my reasons why I DNF'd a book. So, um, the one that I just recently DNF'd, which was Play on Shadows, the audiobook was because I was reviewing the audiobook for NetGalley, and it was just so full on that I just could it was actually confusing me listening to it because it was like terrible white noise, and it was causing my head to, like, go, "Oh," just, like, get it away. So I just because there was just too many voices. The person's voice wasn't bad, there was just too much going on in the story, so I'm just like, "You know what? I can't do this," so I DNF'd it. And that's what I said in the review, that it just wasn't for me, even though, like, I want to read the book because the synopsis still has me intrigued, I just can't do the audiobook, so I'll read it later on with my eyeballs. So, if I can't read something, um, I I basically just so, um, let me just bring up NetGalley where I've reviewed stuff. Let me just bring it up. I'll give you what I wrote for the one that I DNF'd. Okay, my most recent one. You sure? Let's see all. Feedback sent. I don't usually use the app, my phone, so it's a bit tricky. Okay, so I've in a couple of days I DNF too for various different reasons. So for the Karma and Kismet one, which um, I submitted a review for, and I DNF'd that at 62%. So I had got a fair way into the book, and basically I just put unable. Unfortunately, I was unable to finish Karma and Kismet. When I initially picked this book up, I expected to delve into the rich exploration of various cultures and spiritual practices. Instead, it turned out to be more of a memoir chronicling the author's life journey, one shaped by overcoming the trauma of an abusive father and seeking personal healing. In many ways, it functions as a coming of age narrative rooted in the resilience of and self-discovery. While I appreciate the author's courage in sharing such an intimate story, I struggled to connect with Michael's journey. I ultimately decided to set the book aside at around 60%. It may have been a matter of timing or simply not being the right fit for me. I acknowledge that there could be readers who will find a deep resonance and inspiration in Chandler's quest for healing and transformation. Thank you to NetGalley and Collier Books for providing me with an e-arc in exchange for my honest review. While this book wasn't for me, I appreciate the opportunity to experience it, and I recognize that it could hold value for others on their journey. So that's what I wrote. And I gave it 2.5 stars because what was in there for a memoir was good, but it just didn't sit with me. Um, so you could write something like that, and then Play of Shadows. I mean, mine aren't. It's not perfect, but it's still you're still going to get some percentage points for it, and it's not going to stop you ever from getting to 100%. So this one I gave 2 stars to. This was the Play of Shadows one, which was the audiobook that was just too busy. When I first came across Play of Shadows on NetGalley, I couldn't resist requesting it. The tagline in the synopsis immediately drew me in. Swordplay, magic, intrigue, and friendship stronger than iron. The first volume in this new swashbuckling fantasy series set in a universe of greatcoats. With an opening line like that, how could I not get excited? The premise of the story was intriguing, and I was instantly hooked. Following the main character as he flees a judicial duel promised a thrilling adventure fueled with action and compelling fantasy elements. However, despite my enthusiasm for the storyline, I struggled with the audio book format and had to stop listening at around the 25% mark. The narrator, Joe Jameson, is not at fault. His voice and his delivery is solid. However, the constant switching of voices and the overwhelming number of characters introduced early on made the listening experience challenging and ultimately distracted me from the experience and the enjoyment. So yeah, that's what I wrote for that. And then I just go on to say thank you. And that I would, while the audio format wasn't for me, I'm still eager to explore the story further, though, as an ebook copy in the future. The premise remains captivating and will shine in that format, better suited to my preferences. So, while it wasn't a flat out, this was a stupid book or whatever, because, they were the reasons why I DNF'd it. So hopefully that can help you think about it. And it is hard to write a review when you haven't finished the book. And so what I do is I just talk about why I was attracted to the book in the first place, and then ultimately why I ended up DNFing it. So I don't worry about going into the synopsis or anything like that, because I don't need to, because I'm doing a negative review. But there's two different things there. One was I was expecting something different, because the synopsis sort of gave that impression that that's what was going to happen, and there wasn't enough of it. Well, there was some touched on it, but it just wasn't enough, and I expected more. And so it was put more back on me, not necessarily the author. And it's the same as the narrator. While his voice was great, there was just too many characters, and it was too hard for me to concentrate on. So yeah, so that might be able to help you with that. It's a romance book. Yeah, that's even harder again. But hey, you might have picked it up expecting one sort of book, and it had, it had maybe had too much smut in it for you, or it didn't have enough in it for you, and that's why you DNF'd it. Or there was repetitive things happening in the storyline, or the storyline wasn't believable as well. There's lots of different reasons. I've never really DNF'd a romance as such. So yeah, I've not had to do that yet, but I'm sure that there's going to come a time where I'm going to. So yeah. Jamie says, I try to lay out what makes me DNF the book, so it helps narrow down the audience for the book who it will be good for. If it's just awful, though, I will say as much, and not as nicely as that seems appropriate. Yeah, like if a book is terrible, I will just go, you know what, this book was terrible. It was poorly written, and all that sort of stuff. And I usually try to give constructive criticism, and I'm not usually one to attack someone's writing. So if I'm saying that it was poorly written and hard to understand, or whatever the reason is, then I'll give those reasons, because I think that it does help narrow down the audience, and I think there are people out there that do appreciate a negative review for that reason. So yeah. The problem is that the truth is that I read better. Yeah, well, you can say that. You can say, while I thought that the premise for the story was great, because I mean, obviously you've chose it from the synopsis. You can say, okay, this is the reasons why I picked the book in the first place. This is the reasons why I'm DNFing the book. I've read better fanfics than this. I think, you don't necessarily have to critique the author as such. Just critique the work. Which ultimately is critiquing the author, but you can just say, with more work, maybe this author in the future will be, X, Y, or Z. Yeah, like if you've read better fanfic, just write that. I've seen some people be really brutal in NetGalley, where they've just said the book sucks and I don't want to read it, and I've read better. So, I mean, I don't advocate for that, but I have seen people do that. I would rather much be a nice person in my negative reviews and say, hey, these are the reasons why. 9 times out of 10 when I'm DNFing a book, it is a me problem. It's not the author problem. And as I said, if I'm saying that the writing is poor in a negative review, then obviously the writing is poor, because that's not something that I really worry about. Because especially in audiobooks and that, you're not really sitting there looking at the writing. You're actually listening to a story and a person is reading it. That's sort of how I review it. Whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. But because I'm not a writer, I can only give you the ideas of what I do and stuff like that. And I do use Grammarly to help me to formulate, because a lot of like my chicken scratchings. If anybody picked my NetGalley book up that I write, like I've got a little green book that I carry around. I don't even know where it is right now. It's like, I think it's actually in the bedroom, because I was taking notes before, and I just write all these scribbles in it, and then And then it comes time to for myself to try and, decipher what I've written, and it's like, "Whoa, what were you trying to say here? Like, you're not making any sense whatsoever." So, a lot of the time, what I'll do is, I'll do point form, um, notes, and then or I'll just write a quick paragraph out, and then I'll type that into Grammarly, or a lot of time I do it on Google Drive. I'll basically do voice to text and all that sort of stuff, and then just copy and paste it into Grammarly. And so I'm sure Grammarly, the AI bot in that, just goes, "What the freaking hell is this person trying to say?" And then I'll read through it because I've read the book, so I know what I want to say. I just have a disconnect between my brain and my writing. So I can't formulate it and it gets all jumbled up and all that sort of stuff. And so I've used Grammarly as a tool to help me make it coherent. It's all what I think. It just helps me it just helps me formulate it, so it flows a little bit better because I'm telling you now, it does not flow from my from my chicken scratchings. Yeah, and I admit that freely that, I have trouble writing. I would never claim to be a professional reviewer or anything like that, but I am getting better at it. I'm getting better even with my chicken scratchings as well, like, of understanding how I should formulate things, how I should work it out, and what I should put in there and stuff like that, because Grammarly also is teaching me at the same time, as well. So, yeah. My job in grad school was a writing coach and, grading hundreds of papers for undergrad political science classes. Oh, yeah, that's a lot. So for bad books, I write that, what I would have hang on, I write what I would on a bad or substandard paper. That's fair on that, but I don't have that experience, so for me, I can only tell you what I feel, about the books. So, yeah, and how I felt about it. I'll try to be nice, and probably there will be people that could enjoy it. Yeah, and you heard me put that, like, in those 2 reviews. I like, while it wasn't for me, I appreciate that this book would be for someone, because there is a book for everybody out there. Someone who could have been, going through with the karma and kismet. Someone could relate to that, that's lived in South Africa and lived in these places and, has had an abusive father. I had an abusive father, and I sort of connected on some aspects of it, but I actually didn't care in the end because it wasn't what I expected, and it just felt like it was going around and like, "Yeah, okay, we get it, move on. Let's move ahead a bit," and stuff like that. So, which was quite surprising because the author is actually a life coach. So, yeah. I would have expected a little bit more, but I did get a little bit more, so yeah. And as I said, it could have been that, it just wasn't the right time for me to absorb that, and all that sort of stuff, so yeah. The main character is childish in my opinion, and there is a phrase in there that irked me about condoms. Yeah, well, hey, you can like, if it's, you know not using them or something like that, you can put in there in this day and age, like, this should not be a topic in a book, or, and you can put the main character was very childish. I found it very immature, and I just didn't want to read about an immature um, character. Like, there's nothing wrong with putting that in my opinion. So, um, yeah, play around with it, see how you go, and yeah, I mean, no one's going to critique you on your review, and if they do, I mean, reviews are your opinions, like, and everybody's opinion is different on certain things, while, you may not like it, someone out there is gonna absolutely love it and get along with that character that, you found that is immature. And to be honest, in a lot of romances, especially contemporary romances, I do sometimes think to myself, "Oh my god, this is so ridiculous," and I have to remind myself that it's fiction, like, you're reading a fictitious story. This is not how things necessarily play out in life and all that sort of stuff, and I have to remind myself of that. And same as when I read back catalogue, books and all that sort of stuff of an author that may have been around for, 20 or 30 years, and I've read stuff that they've just published this year, but I wanna go back and read their stuff because I enjoyed this stuff. I know when I go back and read those back catalogues of books that they're not necessarily gonna be a great book because, they might have been 16 when they wrote their first book. Like, Puppy Wars comes to mind. Like, I love R.F. Kuang. I love everything that she's put out, and I liked Poppy Wars as well, but you could see that it was written by a teenager. You could tell it was her first book. The some of the cha the one of the things that irked me about the main character is that, she was immature, and you could see that it was also coming from a young person's writing and all that sort of stuff. The books were still great, like, I still enjoyed them. The 3rd book had, like, I think we counted maybe 5 or 6 places that it could have ended at that point, and all that sort of stuff, and, if you don't know anything about, Chinese history and stuff like that, you're probably not gonna like a lot of it because she drew very heavily on the Chinese culture around opium and stuff like that, so, yeah, like, there's many things that you can put into a report. I don't know. I mean, Jamie, does a lot of reviewing and all that sort of stuff. Maybe Jamie has some, other tips for you. There's a few other people here that write reviews as well that might have that, especially around romance. I'm not the best person to ask because I don't read a lot of romance, and the romance that I do read off NetGalley seem to be of the historical, side of things or older characters. But if I'm reading about a 48-year-old and they're acting like an 18-year-old, I will DNF that book straight away, because that's just ridiculous. Even though I'm as immature as they come, I still have some maturity about me, like, and I don't want to read about that because that's just ridiculous. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll stop talking now and we'll go to a sprint, shall we? So, yeah. Right, let me just, excuse me. Let me just bring this up here. There we go. I'm going to go up into the corner and we're going to restart this. I don't know how to restart this. That's the problem. I think that's how you do it. Yeah, learning something new. Honestly, focus how to get the timers and everything to work has done my head, like, absolutely done my head in. So, all right, we are going to, yes, that is very true. Vanessa might be the great person to ask for advice on reviewing romances because if you look at my NetGalley, there are not a lot of romances. There are historical fictions that have a subplot of romance, but they're not heavy romance. And the romances that I have reviewed on there have been gay smut. So, um, yeah. I mean, I have reviewed it, like, um yeah, I don't know. Yeah, ask Vanessa. I think Vanessa might be the best way to go. And you know what? You can tag Vanessa over. I mean, she's asleep right now, but you can tag Vanessa if you have a question or anything like that. Just go into the general chat and on Discord and go and tag Vanessa and ask for some advice on writing. But you might find that she'll say the same thing as well. Just put down how you feel and all that sort of stuff. Read over it. If it sounds okay, you can put that as a review. I think so. Yeah. But yeah, I'm sure, and even other people might be able to review. Sarah Y also reads a lot of romance as well. So Sarah's another co-host. So just tag any of the moderators. And if you put at moderator, that will tag all of us and that will get all of us to look at your question. So yeah, so you just put the at symbol and then type moderator and it should tag us all. And then at least, the people that read romance and review and do DNF reviews as well, you could probably put they will have some input for you. So that might be the best thing to do, Livia. And we're all here to help each other. No one is, perfect at NetGalley. Evidently, we've all got, we're all different stages in our journey and stuff like that. But you may be able to glean something from several different people, and then you'll come to your own thoughts about it and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. Okay. Good morning, Didi. How are you, darling? How did you sleep? What have you got on for today, and what are you reading? No worries, Livia. Just ask anybody else that's got any questions or anything. Just drop it into the comments. As I said, we're not all We're not experts, but we can, as a collective brain, we might be able to help you out with something that you're struggling with. But on that note, we are about to go to a sprint. So I will see you all in 90 minutes. Happy sprinting, everybody. Oh, hello. We're back. And I have stuff in my pockets because I was in the other room. All right. Let me just let you know. I am reading Tullamudge Farm. This is actually a really good story. I'm actually really enjoying it because we're just flowing through, like we're going through the years. So it started in 1957 and we're up to, it covers a decade of time. And how these three families are interconnected. So we have the owner of Tullamudge Farm, Gordon, and then his children. So he had two sons and his wife, Claire. Then we had Will, who was a sharecropper. He was white, and he had a small plot, so they share the crop. So basically they work the farm, they get to live on the farm and all that sort of stuff, and then share the crop. And he was with his daughter, and his wife passed away years ago. And then we have a coloured family that has son and daughter, and then the husband and wife also as well. And the son from the owner of the farm had attacked the daughter from I forget her name, but anyway, from the coloured family, and basically she ended up beating him and broke his shoulder. He was a football star and all that sort of stuff, and broke his shoulder, so he never played football again. And then, but they blamed the brother, and so he left. And he's doing really well. He's in college. He's doing really well and all that sort of stuff. And the daughter's also doing really well. And she's now married, and it's just going through their life, and it's like a slice of life. But I'm actually really enjoying it because it's centered around a tobacco farm, and also we're now starting to see that things are starting to change. Big farmers are coming in and buying the small farms out, and all that sort of stuff, and just the stress that it's causing everybody, and whatnot. But the Gordon's not telling anybody what's going on, so no one really knows what's happening and all that sort of stuff. And I did some crochet as well, so I got another row of brown done. I actually did. I did 2 rounds, so 2 passes, almost 2. So yeah, and then bloody Voodoo chewed my wool, broke it, and I had to join it. So now I have this little knot in it, but I do the magic knot so it doesn't come apart. But yeah, it's looking good. It's coming together. So I'm just working down this side now of doing this last row, and then I'll be adding more loops and stuff to it. And I'm getting close to the finish, so that's all I've got left in the yarn. So I've got another grey pass. So I'll have another row of grey, and then I'll have another row of brown. So I don't have much to go now, but it's getting bigger. That's quite nice. I'm just sitting in the library and listening to my story and getting that done. So yeah, and fighting with Voodoo, who keeps trying to jump on me. I'm training her at the moment for hand commands and stuff, and she's finally getting it that this means do not get up on me. She scratched me for it before, which was not nice, but anyway, she's got something to say, and that's how she says it, I guess. So yeah. All right, how did everybody else go? Let us know in the comments. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Oh, okay. It looks like there were some games happening in the chat as well. So Jess asked for people to pick a number between 1 and 6, as I can't choose. Jamie picked 4. I didn't see this, sorry, I was in front of the screen. And so perfect. My audio read is now she is a witch. Thanks, Jamie. And Jess has gone off to bed as well, as it was 1 a.m. For the next chatty bit. Will not be awake for the next chatty bit. Hug the like button. If you haven't already done, you should do the same. Thank you. Jamie's also gone off to bed too, as it was 3:40 a.m. now, and that was a little over an hour ago. And I've made more than enough progress in my arcs for tonight. Thanks for the sprints, Nicole. No worries, Jamie. Thank you for being here. Didi saying hello to Olivia. And sleep well, Jess and Jamie. My eyes are closing. So also another Kiwi heading off to bed. Although Jamie's not in New Zealand, but anyway. Night Jojo, thanks for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Good morning, Christina. How are you? Thank you for being here. How was your sleep? Mary got 60 more pages read of Grays of Truth. Nice. Mary also read Talamach Farm as well, and it was a 4.5 star. When I first started it, I was sitting at about 3, at about 13% in, but I'm actually really enjoying the story. Like I'm finding that I'm smiling as I'm listening, and having a bit of a chuckle to myself about David and Mary. And all, yeah, so I'm actually really enjoying it. So it's slowly creeping up. It's probably at a 3.75 right now. So and I'm 63% in, so I've still got another 40%. So I should get it finished tonight, which will be good. Hello to Christina from Olivia, and hello to Mary from Olivia as well. Excuse me. I felt like I was gonna cough then. Hello to Olivia from Christina. Hello, Suzanne. How are you? Thank you for dropping in. And welcome, because you're new here as well. Just joined NetGalley November Discord. I didn't know what NetGalley was, but I surfed through it a little bit. Also, I am reading at 30. I realized I had no gender. Oh, okay, cool. Awesome. At 30, I realized I had no gender. Nice. And you prefer to go by they, them, let me know in the comments, and I will do my best to respect that. And I often slip up, so please do bear with me. I am working on being more consistent is the word I'm looking for. Hello to Mary from Christina, but we welcome everybody here, and hopefully you'll have a good time and get lots of reading done. That's looking so good. Thank you, Christina. Hello to Susan. Welcome. Thank you, Mary. Welcome to Susan. That crochet is looking so good. Thank you. It is getting there. It's taken me a little bit longer because it took me a while to not fall asleep while I was doing it, because I get so sleepy. It's so zen and relaxing that I was, I'd only get a row done and then I'd want to go to sleep. So I'm getting better. I had to change some of my plans today for adulting. Adulting sucks, doesn't it? Good morning to Haley. Hello to Christina. Welcome to Susan. We're a friendly bunch here, Susan, as well. So you're always welcome here. Hi to Didi. Hello to Haley. All the hellos. I am sleepy. Been up for an hour, and now that coffee is ready, we need to find. We find that we have no creamer. Oh no. Ooh. See, I yawn a lot after I do crochet. So, but having the headphones on and the book, because it took me a little while to actually have a book going while I was doing it until I got because I'm only new to crochet, so I'm still learning. Oh God. Sorry, I've just I've had thongs on today, and my foot there's still some nerve damage on my foot, and every now and again it like burns, and I've just got to push on it to stop it from doing it. So I do apologize. It's not sort of a sore to touch. It's still a bit tender, but not as sore as it was a week ago. I did some housework. Click on it. I did some housework and decided to reorganize my bookshelves again. I know that is. I have to fight the urge to, because I like to do that sort of stuff. I have to fight the urge not to do it. Hey Jean, how are you? Just waking up. I can see the crochet. Yes. It's coming together. It is really coming together. Is that by show yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that. Show array? Ray? I don't know. Question mark from Sorry, it's burning. Yow! I just got to find the right spot to push on it to stop the pain. Hi, Olivia. I was going to let hubby sleep in, but the store is way too much people for this early. Time for you to wake up and go get me creamer. Off you go. Hi, Jean. Good morning. Can I see the crochet? I did not see it. Oh, okay. Burn, burn, burn. Let me just find where the loop is. Oh. I can't really show it because it doesn't show up there. There you go. I'll just have to hide behind it. That's where I'm at. So yeah. And I've only got a little bit left of my yarn. So yeah. All right, there we go. I found it. Thank you so much. My pronouns are she, her. No worries. I love reading LGBTQ plus books, diverse novels. So I am reading this manga by that author. I'm terrible. You'll learn very quickly, Susan, that I am terrible at pronunciations. I can hear it in my head, but I can't get my mouth to do it. So I'm kind of exploring myself as well, but also just enjoying the reading. Awesome. Excellent. And that's what the main thing, that you're enjoying your reading, right? Yes, it is. Just started and about 40 pages in. Nice. Exactly right. Yeah, no, you did not bring creamer home with you when you come home from work. Off you pop. Don't forget to subscribe if you're lurking in the background. We welcome everybody here, so come on in, and that way you can join in the conversation, and and get welcomed by everybody. Thank you so much, Jean. I think I'm doing pretty good considering it's my first garment I've ever made. And this is quite repetitive too, so it's been really good. Like I still find myself counting as I'm going. But I think that will get better. I mean, I guess you sort of have to count, especially when you've got to do certain amounts. But the scallop looks like scallops. That's all that matters. When I first started, it did not look like that. And even my edges, like down the bottom, look really good as well. And and I'm enjoying it. Like, if nothing else, I'm enjoying it. I'm loving the fact that I don't have to change the threads, although the yarn rather. You can tell I'm a cross stitcher because I call everything threads. Until Voodoo decided to chew my she got cranky with me because I wouldn't let her up on my lap while I was doing it, and because she was playing with it, and like because she's at the end of the day still only a little kitten, and I wouldn't let her up on my lap, so she jumped off, and I didn't realize that she had got underneath the chair where I was sitting and pulled in my yarn and then chewed it, and then I'm crocheting away and all the rest of it, and I come to an end, and a very wet end at that. So yeah, she broke it off the main thing, so I have a little join in it now. I think it's the second join, and I use the magic knot so you can't see it, and I'm just trying to find it, and I actually can't find it. Can't even feel it. So I thought it was just back here somewhere, but that's a good thing that you can't feel it or see it. So yeah, but I love the colorway. Like, it's just such a nice colorway. I mean, I could end up making it, like, make another one and then join them together down the center and make myself a blanket, because I've got another colorway like this one. So yeah. Vanessa is here. Hello, Vanessa. How are you? Good morning. Good morning to Vanessa. The crochet is really pretty. Thank you, Susan. I really appreciate that. As I said, I'm just learning how to do it. So I've been revisiting some of the YouTube videos and stuff like that, but I have found my next project, so I'll probably end up starting that this week. I've actually found the next 3 projects. I want to make a little head scarf, which I've got the yarn for that, and I'm making a scarf and a matching beanie because when I go to the UK, so I've got those. And then I'm also looking at doing a jacket between now and then as well. So something that I can double up as a like as a blanket on the plane. as well as wear and all the rest. It's going to be so funny when we go because it's going to be like midsummer here. January is one of the hot. January and February is the hottest month here in Queensland, and so I said to Savannah, we're going to have to like carry our stuff because when we get off in London, it's going to be freezing. And we're going to be leaving like 30-degree heat going down to like maybe minus. We don't know what it's going to be. So yeah, so it's going to be a bit of a, whoa, that's cold. But, you know, maybe a nice change too. So hopefully they can climatize us before we get there in the plane. And that's why I'm thinking I'm going to make myself a nice long jacket. And I'm thinking that I might do it in a chunky yarn. So it's a little bit thicker. And, yeah, and it'll keep me warm so I can use it as a blanket on the plane. Vanessa's trying to wake up because it is very early. Hello to Vanessa from Livia. Hello to Christina and Livia from Vanessa. And oh, this pain's not going away. It's really annoying. My cat would not chew through it, but he would go for like sucking on it to 2 or 3 feet. So it was a gross experience trying to. Yeah, I had a bit of that too. But she looked at me after she done it. I'm like, "Oi, what are you doing?" And she's just like, gave me the death stare, and I'm like, "Really?" Because we're in training at the moment for hand signals and stuff because she's a bit over familiar, and I don't want her to. I would say let it try it out first. There was only about that much. That was, and most of it, I cut out a little bit of it as well, so it wasn't too bad. Just hopping into the shower. Awesome. Good morning to Jean and Vanessa from Mary. Good morning, Mary, and everybody. My cat does that too, though. She loves sitting next to me while I work and help me put it out of the bag too. Yes, luckily the chair I sit on has got like little side pockets, so I can slip it into there, so she can't get into the bag. But I pulled some yarn out, and yeah, and it was not pleasant, but it was only a small amount, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, I'm like, oh, rat, what did you do that for? So now she's like sitting on the coffee table in the library, just glaring at me every 5 minutes because yeah, she wants to be on my lap, and I'm like, no. Paul, hello to Olivia from Jean. You're making me feel like crocheting, but I have no supplies and no idea how to do it. I learned off YouTube. Jean is a wonderful crochet as well. Christina also crochets, and we also have Jamie who crochets as well. And I'm trying to think, is there some other people that Paula also crochets, and Jess, who was here earlier, she also does crochet, but mostly knitting. And I know how to knit, but I'm still learning how to purl. And I'm quite an avid crafter. So I actually have a craft channel as well called Divinely Designs, but I've taken a bit of a hiatus on that this year just to regroup and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. So I'm always doing some sort of craft, whether it be diamond painting or crocheting. I am teaching myself. I got an arc a couple of months back for knitting. It's a knitting book that teaches you from the beginning and all that sort of stuff, and it's got stitching in it and it's got projects. So I'm currently teaching myself how to do that. However, I have not done any of that since September. It sits in the lounge room, so every now and again I'll pick it up and do a row. And I'm just about to finish the first project in that, which was a washer, like a face scrub. What am I called? Dishcloth is the word I'm looking for. So yeah, I've got a ball of yarn there that I'm just going to do a couple of those, and I'm just going to work my way through that book, and then hopefully when I get out to the other end of it, I will actually know what I'm doing with knitting, and I'll be able to knit myself stuff. But personally, I don't think I've got the attention span for knitting because it is so much slower. But I do love the look of things, and I know that the more I do it, the quicker I'll get at it. So this one's been really good for me to learn my tension and whatnot. And Jean is probably the best person here to let you know what YouTube channels you can go to and watch to learn. But yeah, like you sort of just got to do a little bit of a search, and you'll find someone on the internet on YouTube to teach you that you'll gel with. And I also slow the tutorials down. So if you've got the capability of slowing them down or speeding up, I generally slow them down. And just remember that you have American terminology and English terminology. And so you want to pick one or the other. I'm in Australia, so I have learnt how to crochet using the American terminology, but I also read English patterns because I have actually taught people how to read patterns and stuff. So yeah. YouTube's great for finding it, learning new skills and all that sort of stuff, especially if you don't have access to classes and stuff in your local area. Hello to Jean from Livia and Didi. I'll be finishing off a grave talk by Nick Spalding today. I had to step away from it yesterday as it deals with grief and I got overwhelmed. Plus, there's mention of my name. Oh, really? Wow. So hoping the viewing and the carpet cleaning keeps me distracted. It should do. That's wild that it actually mentions your name. I mean, I wouldn't expect Didi to be a very popular name on that. So yeah, that's really interesting. I know, like, right, Christina? Wow, really? So yeah, that is wild. A little bit freaky in a way too. That so yeah. I would have to step away myself if it mentioned my name, especially like revolving around grief and all that sort of stuff as well. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. So we're going to do another sprint. What are we at? It's going to take us to... What time am I going to again? 1 o'clock, right? Where am I? Here. Yes, I'm going to 1 a.m. All right, let me just come back here. No worries. I will search and start after I get my last year of university done. Yeah. Yeah. My daughter actually uses it to relax. Like she taught herself as well. And she does it to between assignments and stuff like that to relax and use another part of her brain. So and she says that it really helps to like just level her stress out and all that sort of stuff. So maybe it might be something that you could do because you're using a different part of your brain. Pick your first name or your full name. It took me by surprise when the narrator said Didi. I was expecting a different spelling, such as DD or DE. Nope, it was felt the same way. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's wild. Jean, I'm not too sure what you're saying here. Pick your first name or your full name. I'm not too sure what you're talking about here. Remember to hydrate. Oh yeah, I haven't had a drink. I had a cup of tea, but I need to have some water on that. It is very relaxing, and you can do it to keep your hands busy while in class or reading or studying. Yeah. Well, Savannah actually, between in her first year, between her assignments, she was doing it, and as she said, she just it just leveled her out, and she was able to get back to her assignment and just feel more relaxed about it and stuff like that. So yeah. We're going to see how successful tomorrow's crochet lesson goes at. Start that again. We're going to see how successful tomorrow's crochet lesson at work goes. The hard part is everybody seeing my hands, but I think I might try to do a web meeting so that I can zoom in on my hands. That is a good idea. And record them. If you use Zoom, just record it as well, because you can record record it, and then they can refer back to it. You can share it with them, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, there's that. And if you record them, then you could possibly upload them to your channel, and you could be a crochet channel. There you go. All right, let us bring up the timer. Do you want a different timer? Would we want to change it up? Let's have a look, shall we? We'll have a bit of a look see. So we've had the plant one. Oh, this looks pretty tropical. We'll go with this one for a change. It's going to come up. There we go. Oh, that's pretty. What do you reckon? Let me get rid of that. What do you reckon? Let's have that one up. That looks very inviting, wouldn't you agree? Oh, I was asking Didi if it was her first name or her full name. Sorry. I'm too tired to type, and my voice to text is adding so many new words in the last 2 weeks. That's fair enough. I was a bit confused there. I'm like, I don't understand what you're talking about, G. And it's far too late for me. So what do you reckon? We'll stick with that one. That looks pretty inviting. All right. Oh, it was just your first name. That's good. That's a good thing then. So yeah, I don't know how comfortable I'd feel if it was my whole name. I'd be putting that book down and just putting it over in the corner and going, "Yep, no, thank you. I'm not reading that." All right, let's get this sprint underway. This is going to probably bring us to just before midnight my time. So we will have time for another short sprint after that before Ahtiya starts. So yeah. All right, let's get it all started. Happy reading, everybody, and I'll see you all soon. right. How'd we go during that sprint? I am just into the epilogue, so I've got about 1% to go, maybe 5 minutes to go of my book, and that'll be finished. And I did some more crochet as well during that sprint. So I am now just started going into the cream, the grey of my shawl. So I have the light, those three, that colour there will be the next one, and then I'll finish with a brown one. So yeah, and it's quite nice just sitting there listening to my book. So yeah. All right. Oh, my eyes are a bit fuzzy after that session. Probably need a better light in there, I think. But anyway, it's been nice to spend the evening in the library and just cruising along. Of course, we do have one more small sprint to happen. It's my eye, actually. There we go, got that out. Right, let me know how you went. Yes. We'll have headed off to work and all the things. Ahtiya is Gina asked who was next on the sprints, and Ahtiya is next on the NetGalley train, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. And that is the link as well. But if you've got the playlist open, it will take you there automatically anyway. And of course, I will do put Ahtiya's link in the for teleportation as well. Ooh, just in case you don't have the playlist open. I really enjoyed this book. I'm at 99%. I've got 5 minutes left. So yeah. So that's not too shabby. I don't know what book I'm going to read next. I think I'm going to read Secret Daughters of Venice. Is the next audiobook that I have. Oh, I should probably cross that one off because I have read that. Where is my lead pencil? There it is. Right, I have read that, and I have now read that. So I can tick and tick, and then I'll need to write review next to it. So I'm up to date. So yeah. So I've only got 5 minutes left of my book. Oh, circle. Started out, and some of the sun has that left at the beginning of the book has just come back, and yeah, lots of good things have happened for the families, and lots of bad things have happened as well. Basically, the head honcho, yeah, he ended up getting what he deserved, I guess, and all the rest of it. But yeah, it's been a really good. I don't know where my hair elastic is. My hair is driving me mental tonight. So yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be such a good book, and I would say it's definitely a 4-star read for me. I really enjoyed it. And the narrator has just a great way of pulling you into the story and really making you focus in on it. I don't know whether it's because I was crocheting or what, but anyway. Christina made the bed, got dressed so I would not climb back into it, and now trying to pick my book for the Amazon first reads. We narrowed it down to 3. And just think, you'll be in a week's time, you'll be, or a little over a week, you'll be picking again. So yeah, I got Ushers, and I got another one. I can't remember what it was now. Let me just have a look. I got Ushers, which was the short story. Let me just take that off. Can't remember what I got. I think it was White Mulberry, maybe. Yeah, I think it might have been White Mulberry. Definitely wasn't a Christmas one. Yeah, I think it might have been white mulberry. I don't know. I can't remember now. Let me just have a look. Hmm. Yes, it was white mulberry I got. And I also got the Christmas book hunt, which was a bonus short read, and Ushers, or maybe Ushers was the month before. So yeah, that's what I ended up getting. Ushers must have been the month before. So yeah. And I can't even remember what my White Mulberries was about. It's historical fiction. It's by Rosa Kwan Easton. And it says here, would you be willing to sacrifice your very identity for a dream of a better future? In a heart-wrenching debut, Rosa Kwan Easton delves into the timeless question through the story of Mi Young, who finds herself making this exact trade-off in order to survive Japan's occupation of Korea. Oh, this is going to be harsh. I was drawn to the novel's complex. The editor wrote a little bit of a blurb. So yeah, so it sounds like it's going to be a bit of a read. So yeah, that's what I ended up getting. Oh, hello. Hi, Susan. How you going? Welcome back. I'm on chapter 14 of 23 of At 30. I realised I had an agenda. I'm liking it, but it is too informative, so I have to take it quite slow. Aiming to complete it in the next sprint. Awesome. You should get it done. We only have a short sprint coming up, but we are going to another channel as well. So you're on the sprint train now. And did a bit of sprint hopping and drinking of coffee. I know. I think I missed October's. I think that's when. I think Ushers was the one that was in October. But I got the Mulberry one and the Christmas one. So I didn't get the Buckman because I haven't read a Buckman. Or maybe I did get that too. I don't know. I don't think I did. Was an extra one. Nice. I did laundry, watched a planning video, read some more Phantasma, and sprint hopped. Nice. All the books are back on the shelves again in some semblance of order. Well, that at least they're back on the shelf. It could be worse. They could have sat on your floor for days. And I did my last for this year, I think, physical book order. Yeah, I've got some pre-orders and back orders slowly trickling in, but I haven't ordered anything because I feel like I got heaps with, like, I've got the book grocer boxes, and I got a big birthday haul, and that's, so I think I'm good. We did not get a Christmas book for the extra short. I can't even remember what it was called now. What was it called? The Christmas book hunt. It sounded good. It was the bonus short read. And it's not on Kindle Unlimited either. It's a heartwarming, meet cute story from the best-selling author of The Christmas Bookshop. A Christmas mission. Marian's beloved great aunt Violet is seriously ill. Her one Christmas wish is to be reunited with a long-lost hand-illustrated book from her childhood, a challenge Marian gladly accepts to give Violet some much-needed festive cheer. An enchanting journey. With no signs of the cherished volume online, Marian falls into the fascinating world of rare books. From London to snowy Hay-on-Wye and Edinburgh's cobbled streets, she chases leads from bookshop to bookshop and bumps into a mysterious, charming Theo, who, unbeknownst to her, is searching for the same book for his own reasons. The start of a new chapter, as the two join forces to track down the book before time runs out for Violet. Will Marion find her Christmas miracle and maybe even a kiss under the mistletoe? It is for fans of Josie Silver, Jill Manson, and the Queen of Christmas herself. A snow-swept love story to warm even the coldest of winter's day. And it's only 127 pages, so yeah. So that's cute. We have different books on it. For some reason, we get some the same, but then we get some that are different as well. So yeah. Hubby is leaning towards Nobody's Perfect, but I think we may have been. I think we have been here before. Or Mirror Me. What else did we have on ours? We didn't have a. Let me just go back. We had some. We had Survivors. I think there was a couple of different ones. Or maybe that was October. There were different ones I'm thinking of. So there's Trial by Ambush, which is true crime. Mirror Me, which is a suspense. Nobody's Perfect. The legal thriller is The Silent Watcher. The historical fiction is White Mulberry. The Christmas book. And then the short story was the Frederick Buckman, and then The Survivors by Carolyn Mitchell were the other ones that we had here in Australia. So Hay-on Way is a bookish town in the UK. Yes, I figured as much. I keep meaning to go there. It's in Wales. Yeah, well, we're going to be doing a bit of a bookish tour of England in 2026. So we're hopefully we'll go there on that, because it's quite funny, because a lot of people that we know in the UK go, oh, it's so far away. And no, it's not. When you live in a place like Australia, no, it's not that far. 20 Ks down the road is not that far. We've been planning it out, and there's been a few places where we've got Savannah's gone, oh, I think it might be a bit hard to fit it in, and then I look it up and it's like 15 minutes down the road, and she's like, oh my god, what are these people talking about? So yeah. Well, we had that as our bonus. No, our bonus short story was Jenny Colgan, The Christmas Book Hunt. And we only had one historical fiction. We had a psychological thriller, a legal thriller, and suspense, true crime, women's fiction, historical fiction, and a short story. So the bonus short story was the Christmas one for us here, although we could get the other short story as well. I should stop yawning. It is getting late. I'm probably going to collapse into bed, but I'm really happy. I don't have much to go now. It's slowly getting down. That's all I've got left of my yarn, so I've got it in the bag so it doesn't fall apart. I'm onto the last row of grey, so it's getting heaps big. So tonight I have done I had done the dark, so I've done from that. Let me just put it there. So I've done all of that tonight. So yeah, so that's a big, like a full row, basically. Oh, so good. So happy with it. Now I've just got to find a nice jacket to make. So yeah. The Buckman is our short story, bonus short story. What is the title? It's called The Christmas Book Hunt, if that's the one that you're talking about, Christina. We have 2 historical fictions this month. Interesting. Interesting. It is getting prettier, isn't it? I love it. I'm pretty proud of myself considering I taught myself how to do it off the internet. I mean, obviously they've taught me, but I mean, I'm only short, so this is going to be huge once it's finished. Like, yeah, like it's quite like it's my full arm span on that. Like, it's not overly huge, but it'll be good in winter. Like, so I've still got another, row of grey and then brown. So it's going to come down to about here on my arm, which will be good. So yeah. And I could be a little old grey-haired lady getting around in her shawl. Like yeah, it's going to be a decent size. I'm pretty happy with the length of it. So yeah. It'll be good once it's done because then I can move on to the other one. And I found, as I said earlier, I found the scarf that I'm going to do. It's called the Sweetheart Scarf. And it's a little bit fancy. It's just not, double crochet. It's got some what do you call it? Just trying to think of the name of the stitch. I think it's called puff stitches, but they also call it popcorn as well, I think. So yeah. The colors are so nice. They work well with each other. Yeah, that was just one ball of yarn and it came with all those colors in it. It's a variegated yarn. So I didn't have to change yarns or anything like that. I just, yeah. And the gradient has actually worked really well with this one. So I haven't had like the brown start halfway through a grey and vice versa. So it's turned out really, really well. I'm super happy with it. So yeah, like I could just, I mean, I've had variegateds before. Like I've worked with variegated yarn, and even like with cross stitch and stuff, I've worked with variegateds as well. And sometimes you get like this, it just sort of starts all of a sudden, like a real abrupt color change. Whereas this has just been really subtle, and it looks like I've actually changed the colors. The way it's worked out, which I was a bit concerned that I wasn't going to get a full row, but it just worked out that way. And I'm like, that is amazing that you can do that with a variegated, like that variegated yarn. And they're not expensive either. Like I think it was $15 for the ball. I've got another ball of it as well because I really like the color, and I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to get the second one because I'll go to get it again and I won't be able to get it. So I got the second one, so I'm pretty happy with it. But I'm not going to crochet now. I'm going to finish up because like my eyes are actually starting to get a bit sore from it, and with being the light's probably not real crash out because I have a very dark house and it's very like it's warm light, so it's very relaxing light that I have in my library as well. And eventually I will film in there, but I don't want to set the computer and stuff up in there just yet because the simple fact is I know that Savannah's going to pull all the books off the shelf and organize them in alphabetical order. And I don't want to have to reset the computer up and pull it down and do all the things. So I just figured I'll just stay out here until it's done. But it's very chilly here tonight. It's only 16 degrees. And it's raining and it's very overcast. So I went and got my little shirt that's a bit thicker. Yeah, popcorn, puff, or bobble stitch. Yeah. So, yeah, it looks pretty easy to do. I've watched the video 4 or 5 times now, and there's a matching beanie with it, and I'd like to have a matching beanie and scarf. And if I find, I'm gonna like look for, excuse me, I'm gonna look for a long jacket like that comes down to my calves. I'll probably check out Etsy because that seems to be the place to get it. Or Ravelry. I could probably check out a Lion Brand as well, but they have so many patterns that I'll probably get stuck on there for days. I don't want to get stuck on there for days. Because I'd like to, get if I can get a cheap pattern, that'd be great. If I can get it for free, even better. So, all right, so let us change. And let me go to the timer. And we're going, what's the time? Okay, do a 40-minute sprint. No, it's not letting me change it. Why are you not letting me change it? All right. Okay, let me go to the timer. Countdown. Nope. Okay, it takes a little bit to change this one. It gives me, it's a pain in the backside, to say the least. Oh, dear me. All right, let me go to settings again and just have a really nice one. All right. Ew. All right, we're going to do a 40. I'm sure that you're all going to sprint, hop, and all the rest of it, but I'm going to do a 40-minute sprint, and then I'll come back and we'll wrap up with about 5 minutes to spare before heading over to Ahtiya's channel for the continuation of the NetGalley sprint train. All right, let me bring up the, I think we're going to the Austrian Alps now. I love the fact that I can just change these up. It's really cool. And we're going to be back in 40 minutes. Hang on, let me just work that out. Did I work that out right? No, I did not. It's 45 minutes. Let me just go back over here. And do that again. I'll get it right one day. Did it change? Yes, it did. Yay. Look at me go, getting it to change. All right, we'll be back in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Right, we're back. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked watching videos. So I didn't do anything but watch videos in that sprint, which is fine. Who was the author of the Christmas movie? Yes, it was Jenny Colgang. Yeah, we decided on Mirror Me because it was $1. Because it is $1 more than the other two that I would buy. Fair enough. And hello, Judith. How are you? And good morning to Sherry as well. Working from home today and reading during breaks, starting with Teachers of Harwood High. And of course, we've got all the good mornings and all the things. So we are going to be heading over to Ahtiya's channel next, and the sprint train does continue. Pinned in the comments, you will find the playlist. If you haven't opened that up, just open that up and go down until you see the little live button, and click on that. And then as soon as I've finished, it will take you over. As soon as Ahtiya starts, it will take you, and basically it'll just start up for you. And then that way you won't have to worry about teleporting or anything like that. And yeah. So it has been a great 7 hours that I've spent with you all. I got a lot of crochet done today. I didn't do any in that sprint. I finished a book as well, so that ended pretty good. So I'll be able to review that. I'm going to do, just as I'm going to sleep, I'm probably going to write up a little bit about it. And yeah, just do some, actually I'll probably just do verbal notes. It's probably going to be a lot easier. But yeah. But it is now 1 o'clock in the morning for me, and I'm going to be back here in 8 hours. So is it 8 hours? 9 o'clock I'm back. So yeah, 8 hours. I will be back. So I need to get myself off to bed and get some shut-eye. And it's going to probably take me a little while to wind down. Even though I'm tired, my brain is still going because I had that nap. A 2-hour nap, accidental 2-hour nap. So it'll be interesting to see if I get to sleep early or not. I might end up having to have a cat nap tomorrow during sprints. But I think tomorrow I'm only on, I'm just on for my normal time tomorrow, which is till 3 o'clock. And then Selena will be taking over. And hopefully this week we won't get any storms or anything like that. So as far as I know, that will be happening. So yeah. So it's going to be Ahtiya for the next until the next 8 hours, and then I'll be back in 8 hours' time. So yeah, this is it's really messing with my algorithm as well, coming on twice in one day. So good morning to Christina. I'm on chapter 21 or 23. I will complete the manga while waiting for the next sprint train. Awesome. Well, it'll happen pretty quickly because Ahtiya and I, we start pretty spot on our time. So quickly run off and go to the toilet, grab yourself a drink and a snack, and settle on back in with a blanket and curl up and read. Susan, I didn't ask where you were from either. So where are you from in this big wide world? So do let us know. And I will click the manga while waiting for the next sprinter. And thank you so much for the sprinting and making me feel so welcome. It's okay. Everybody's welcome here. And we love meeting new friends and getting to know you a little bit better. And if you don't want to share where you are in the big wide world, that is fine too. So yeah, we'll appreciate you either way. I got some coffee, warm myself up again after picking up son from school after work. Ooh, you're living in the cold area of the world at the moment. So, although it's a bit chilly here too. I was sitting here before and going, gee, it's cold because it's rained all day. It's actually rained for the last couple of days, and I'm like, gee, I'm feeling a bit nippy. I might have to go and get a jacket on. So here I am in the middle of summer with a jacket on. Well, it's actually a shirt that I wear, but it's a thick shirt. So It's like it's quilted sort of thing. I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, it's sort of quilted. And people were going crazy a bit, the Christmas stuff at the thrift store where I work. So I'm happy to be home again. I don't blame you. Like, I don't know what it is about Christmas. It makes people just loopy, doesn't it? Like they just go crazy. I am so glad that my girls aren't big on Christmas, that I don't like, they've told me what they want, and all the stuff that they want I can get online. I don't even have to go out of the doors. And so I will go like 2 weeks before Christmas, and I will do a big shop, like a big month shop, so I do not have to go anywhere near the craziness. And, basically the people around here, because we don't have, like, we don't open up on public holidays or anything like that. So people, and we have a lot of farming communities around us. So a lot of people come into Kingaroy and shop, and they shop big. So, and a couple of times I've been caught out because I've been busy with work. So I decided a long time ago that 2 or 3 weeks out from Christmas, I'm going to do a month shop, and that will get me into January and I'll be fine. And of course I grow some vegetables and stuff as well. So that also makes it easier. Good night, Judith. Thank you for being here. Good morning, Nikki. How are you? Making coffee and reading The Woman in the Window. I have that on my bookshelf. I want to read that. Oh, and there was a wet snow here this morning. Oh, nothing worse. I have no idea. I've never seen snow, but I can imagine nothing worse. It's chilly and rainy here too today. And Susan I am an Indian, but live in Rwanda in Africa. Well, there you go. I think you're my first person to join Sprints from Africa. So welcome. Welcome in Africa. We're covering everybody. That's awesome. Wow, that is so exciting. I love it when I find out people live in different parts, not just the US or the UK, or here in Australia, and that we get people coming in from other areas. I think we've got, I think Leah is in Korea. Um, we've got quite the little global community happening here. So I'm glad you're part of it, Susan. Welcome. So 47, which is 8 degrees. Oh, well, you can keep that. I'm not much warmer. I'm at 15. We now have all the continents. That's it. We do. And on that note, I'm going to have to bid you farewell because Ahtiya is about to start. And if I don't get off the screen, I'll be cutting into Ahtiya's time. So have a great evening, evening, early hours of the morning, wherever you might be with Ahtiya. She's great. You'll get lots of reading in, and I'll pop into the comments and say hi and just thank you for the sprint train. But I will be back in 8 hours. Have a great day, everybody. Enjoy all your reading, and I'll see you all very soon. Bye for now.